whatever fucking DDL file I screwed up, and it was a driver. It was a driver. I don't know what driver I deleted, but I deleted a driver, and Windows 7 did not like that driver not being. So, I blew through all of my data trying to successfully download Windows 10, but my computer would shut down every time I would do it. So it would use the data to download it, but then I'd have to start over at 0% when I rebooted the computer up, until I finally figured out not clicking OK on whatever fucking thing was popping up allowed my computer to run. Weirdest fucking thing. I'm so glad I know I'm gonna miss Windows 7, but 10 is not that bad. I'm even using the
yeah, 10 is that bad.
I looked into some of the stuff Spectre is telling me about getting rid of the crap in the background. Only a little. I'm too lazy to do that. I have tape over my camera. I'm fine.
Another demonstration of our capacities in order.
I haven't had much issue with 10, and I'm also working with Linux boot because I want to get more familiar with Linux, because Linux is a nice you can do whatever you want operating system.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, like I want to get more into coding because I actually want to one day work on an operating system for one of my pet projects. It's a drone I want to build that's going to be fully anonymous, and basically it'll work like GPS. The drone knows you want to go from point A to point B, so it's going to follow that route ahead of you, matching your speed, watching for traffic jams and stuff like that. And then the part I'm going to need to program is going to basically be a very rudimentary artificial intelligence that basically, if it sees a problem with the road, whether it be an accident, traffic conditions, cop, or something like that, it'll divert the route around the obstacle. It's very basic programming. Like, it won't be that hard to do, but I want to build it on a Linux-based system because it'll be a lot easier to do the route program and stuff like that for, you know, getting the telemetry from the cameras, the airspeed, all the stuff for the flying of the thing itself will be easier to run on a Linux-based operating system instead of trying to run it on some proprietary thing for drones that's already existing.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to convince me of the benefits of Linux. I use it as my primary platform for my non-gaming system.
But Windows is the best for gaming because the most games work on Windows.
Pretty much, yeah. If I had
more
a better
games worked on Linux.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the works. It's slowly but surely more games are starting to be available for Linux. Slowly but surely.
Yeah.
16.3 megabytes. Wow, it's almost done.
Try a different weapon. I require needle and thread.
What is your thoughts and feels on carriers in Stellaris?
I never used them much.
Yeah, I'm experimenting with. I built a battleship carrier. Basically, it's got 3 hangars. That's all you. That's the max you can put on. And I'm going to put. I don't know what I want to put with escort. I think I'm just going to go with cruiser. My cruiser escort's the best. My cruiser escort's the best, or not cruiser. Corvette. Ooh, 20.0 or 20.4, 20.5. It's almost done.
Neat.
Yeah, then I'll make a custom table, put that as the surface on it, and then
I can't take
start
much
making,
more of this.
or I can start making piggies on it. We can move stuff around, delete things, etc.
Yep, and then
Well, I
I'll
mean-
forget to update it every time.
Well, no, it's more so I'm gonna bug you and, hey, you want to come play tabletop with me? Holy crap! I can read the names. Just takes a minute for. Oh wow. Okay, this is just taking an eternity to render. Okay. And I'm assuming we don't have, or you don't have this updated for what is dead and what is not from the demon hordes?
Somewhat. If you see a symbol with a black X on top of it, that means it's been destroyed. Not necessarily because of demons. It's been destroyed. It's been rendered It's been rendered to a ruin. Even if it wasn't at one point.
Okay. So X is over. It means rune. Okay.
Well, it means that it's been destroyed. In cases of large cities, you can't really utterly destroy a large city the way you can, say, a small village.
Okay.
A small village, basically, if that's over it, means it's been razed to the ground, and there's pretty much nothing left.
Maglubiet, they're not looking too hot. That's a lot of X.
Well, basically, the demon hordes came out, looked north at water, looked to the south, and said, targets, and went south.
Alright. Yeah, the elves probably have a pretty good established foothold in Baal, right? That first city. Oh, wow, okay, I'm zoomed all the way in now, and the letters are actually rendering full. I see what you mean by 1-to-1. Or Dal, okay, it's a D.
I don't have it open, I'm playing the game, so I don't know what you're talking about.
The first
The
city.
elves are probably more concerned with rebuilding the shit that got torched on the edge of their lands from the demon horde. The demon hordes did push into the Phalans a bit there.
Mm-hmm. The dark green area, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, the areas with the trees that have no leaves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen the full render of it. Because I have the one that you scaled back for being able to send over Discord, but since we sent this one over Google, it's not scaled back, so I can actually see everything, which is nice. So how close is the world to being fucked right now? Just curious. With
Not
the,
that.
the snowballs
They
roll.
they pulled it back from the brink that they allowed the demon horde to snowball to. So at the moment, the world is not in imminent danger. However, there are lots of snowballs currently beginning to roll.
Any of them my neck of the woods, or is it all northern stuff that they fucked up there?
Well, so to the west of you, across the mountains, see that big desert with all the cacti?
Yep.
There's a place there called the Labyrinth of Nightmares in the Blue Temple.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I see him.
That's been referenced a little bit in some of the stuff they've found over where they are now. So whether they head that direction or not, I don't know. Way in the north, there's another area called the Point of No Return. I don't know if I labeled it that on the map yet. It may just be an unmarked.
Middle of an island?
No,
Or
it's right at the edge of where mountain to glacier.
Okay.
Far north. It's a ancient white dragon lair. The name of the place is the Point of No Return. It has significance to that. But again, I don't think the party's too concerned about that. They really don't have a reason to be
Looks
concerned
like,
about it yet.
Boss logo is what you got for it. It has no name.
Yeah, that's
like
the
a
Point of No Return.
Helmet with red eyes.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
the icon for Monster Lair.
Gotcha.
They know of, but have not made contact with the Undead Confederacy as yet unnamed in the swamps to the north of you guys, across the mountains. Though I have marked the locations of cities and roads and the names of them and things. Ghostmoor is the capital.
And is that the jungle, or is there another swamp?
There's like a jungly, swampy area to north. Across the Dragonwing
Next to Ventram Steeps?
Yes. Yeah, which
I have
has orc hordes, nomadic orc hordes in it. Some of their more permanent camps are marked, but they're nomadic, so they're all over the place over there.
All right. And because of the demons, the elves are now operating as one. There is no more conflict. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't, but I kind of see the Fae as a very fractious type of people. They're the type that would use the invasion of the demons to try to get a hold over other Fae that they're in competition with. Court intrigue to the highest degree type thing.
Oh yeah, you're right. True. Because these are both pretty low on the totem pole groups, aren't they?
Yeah, they're kind of on the outskirts. They would totally be trying to use this to position themselves better in their respective court.
All right. Well, obviously both my characters are from Bear Haas because I'm gonna favor them.
Hey, it's up to you.
Yeah. All right.
That section of the map is basically yours to do with as you want.
Yeah, in the green at least here, because you. Well, I already drew that. Where the hell did that went? I don't know. I have lost that sheet of paper. My office is a mess right now. I was in the middle of rearranging how my office is laid out, and then I stopped because I wanted to play games.
I understand.
So, a lot of paper all over the place. Plus, I have that motherboard I still have to send to Michaela. I gotta rip that out of that tower at some point here.
You want me to be subtle? Fine.
It's MSI Deluxe. One of the XP generation top of the line motherboards.
Okay.
Just found it in a random computer I had, and he's like, "You know those things are worth like $100 a piece still today?" And I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, it's so hard to get a hold of those things." And I was like, "You want it?" And he goes, "Well, no." I was like, "All right, I'll send it to you." So, still have to send it to him at some point here.
This will be fun. By your command.
I got it. Can't do that.
Some of my star bases have 80k attack. Or
Nice.
military power. Yeah. Despite my best efforts, the Xenon Protection Forums and the Peaceful Progress groups are still my two biggest factions.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
In the fucking military. What's this thing as Peaceful Progress? Just hostile takeovers. "20 battleship carriers with 60 corvettes escorting it."
Yeah, that ought to do it.
Well, we'll see. Because the strike craft has a pretty it's plus 100% shield penetration, so completely ignores shields, and plus 50 armor damage. And then no bonus against hulls, but plus, I mean, 100% shield penetration, ignoring shields is pretty nice.
Yeah, also.
That's why a lot of my escort corvettes are missile corvettes, because missiles completely ignore shields, so... I should just devote all of my blue research to the plus 5% energy. I mean, I'm not bleeding, but still, it'd be nice to get that down a little bit. I was trying to get my shields up to plus 100%. They're at plus 85, I guess that's good enough. Oh, did I tell you I renamed all of my planets just the Alpha Phonetic? Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo. Just to be able to keep track of them.
Bookshelf. Standard curiosity
fucking
protocols demand
retarded.
we rummage.
Because they're all in one big, or two technically, because I can't put them all in my home sector. So there's the home sector and the frontier sector.
The structural damage is less severe up. Bad. We should investigate.
Sorry, can't. Sorry, can't.
I think I will say the most useful thing is the outliner on the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, definitely.
See?
At least for
Every
navigating
once in
a
great
massive
while, things are
empire, because I
easier
have
than I expect. Though
let's
I
see,
doubt any other barriers are going to
37
be
star
this easy to
bases and
bypass.
14
Keep that
shipyards.
phrase. This
So
is
I
a
have
good sign.
51
If they had not secured the silent archive,
star
they
bases
wouldn't have
total.
bothered to leave passcodes for any
And
returning
then I have
saviors.
9 military fleets, 30 planets, and yeah, and you can, I don't know if you ever used it or not, but I like it a lot.
The outliner, yeah, I used it a bunch. In fact, I had a mod called Tiny Outliner that shrunk everything down.
Oh, made it easier to...
Well, so you guys could see more stuff on it at once, at a glance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have it, the tab separated, and then I close and open them as I need them. But yeah, the star bases, I have to scroll even just to get through the 37 of them that aren't fucking shipyards. But yeah, I'm learning how to read all the little icons on it. Oh, a pirate fleet of 732 military power is attacking one of my stations that is 12,000 power. I don't think they're even going to make it to it. Considering that they're all the large kinetic weapons for the defense platforms, so they just frickin' melt everything. As long as they're flying in a straight line. Found out the evasive factor comes into play when there's one corvette against an entire fleet of battleships and they can't hit it.
Ready to go! Good work! I got it. Right.
There. See that?
Yeah, I gotta go into work early tomorrow, but I get Wednesday off, so.
That sucks.
Yeah, especially with the weather we're getting right now.
Interesting.
Is 2K naval capacity high?
A little bit.
Half my star bases are pure anchorages.
Yes, see that?
My friend just sent me a video of her dipping a cinnamon roll in what looked like a bowl of chili.
Interesting.
That was my thought, because some flavor combinations like that. Yep, she said it was a bowl of chili. I will have to try that. I mean, not too often I have cinnamon rolls and chili at the same time, but I can make it happen. Finally got my consumer goods stabilized, I think. I'm no longer producing 400 of them.
Yeah, they're kind of important.
Well, no, it was because the planets that I took over from the other guy, every single one of them was a planet full of the consumer goods buildings. So we had a huge surplus of consumer goods that I had to slowly go through all of his territory and change the planet layout. I had like plus 500 or 600 consumer good. It's like, holy fuck. Nah, I've been pretty good on, except for next time I play, I will definitely do it planet by planet, and I will colonize planets sooner. That was my problem with this one anyway. For me, it's the game of spinning plates, and I get too focused on one plate sometimes. So the first game I played, well, we're not going to count that one because the Fallen Empire just fucked me really quickly. I really didn't get to play that one that much. But the first game that I actually sat down and played was the one with the invasion at the end with the swarm. That one screwed me. Which I have a contingency for now. I look for all the wormholes in my territory, and I have huge star bases there, so I at least have some defensive platforms. Like, I had nothing in that wormhole system, so they just came in and like started taking over system after system inside of my the middle of my territory. So it wasn't like they were coming from an edge. But that one I focused primarily on spreading out in a spiral. So it was very slow progress of getting out into the, to see what can be seen. This one, I sent my first 2 science ships purely on exploration and just moved them across the map as quickly as possible. That way I knew all of the layouts of the lines and figure out where the best choke points were to be able to conquer and hold large areas. So then I surveyed those lines back to my homeworld and set my construction steps out on very long, skinny spirals, and then built big stations right at the front, and then I spread out slowly from there. That's why I have so much territory. I have half the system.
Yeah.
Or half the galaxy. So next time I think I will do that, but at the same time look for reasonable good planets for my population to spread out quickly, because population is probably the most important thing in this game, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's a little important.
Yeah, because I was thinking territory was important because the more systems you have control of, the the more stuff you can get, more energy, more minerals, etc. But without the population to counteract the empire sprawl.
Yeah. You end
To
up
be able to
fucked.
get,
Broken.
yeah, the higher research.
Shattered. But
That was my
the
problem, is I was
preservation
way
magics
behind
are
in
still
tech.
intact.
Which, like I said, it still doesn't make sense. I was talking with
handy
Venom, I
looking
think, about this.
doers.
Like, I'm looking at their fleet, and they're obviously near endgame tech. And they still have level 3 weapons and level 1 disruptors and, like, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like, they have level 3 shields. And then they put afterburners on a battleship. That's hilarious.
Yeah, the AI battleship design is just crap all around.
Put afterburners on a ship that doesn't go fast. It's like, alright, there you get 5 more speed. Good job! You just bumped your evasiveness up by 0.5%.
See that?
Yeah.
I don't have a chokehold on that guy's capital right now. Before the war ended, I made sure to surround his capital with my systems so that he had nowhere to go. So basically his capital was cut off, supply line-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So, curiosity for you. I have defensive platforms, and then when I click the upgrade button, it should upgrade them to my most current design. But then it asks me to upgrade them again. For much less resources and much less time, like it's like they forgot to put a bolt in or something.
If you change designs while they're upgrading, they need to be upgraded again for the new design. When you click upgrade, it uses whatever design that was.
But without a change in design, is having me upgrade them again. It's weird.
I don't know, maybe it's buggy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like it. Like seriously, upgrade 6 platforms for 1 crystal. In total, cost me 1 crystal upgrade. Whatever. There is no change in design. I can't tell. It's so weird.
I don't know.
Nah, I just know maybe you knew that what that was or not. Oh darn! My defensive platforms have evasiveness of 0%. They have a speed of 6. Huh? What is that, like the orbit around the center of the galaxy they're counting the speed of? Holy crap, I finally ran out of alloy. It's taken a while. Well, I got about 200 years to see how much of the galaxy I can conquer before the end game happens. Oh, of course, I need to bank up influence. Shoot. For claiming systems. If you attack somebody without claiming a single system and conquer every single one of their systems, if you end the war, they still get all their stuff back?
What? Sorry.
Yeah, I know you're playing a game. If you attack somebody, you know, declare war on them, and, like, have one system claimed or something like that, but you conquer every single one of their systems, when the war ends, do you still only get the one you claimed?
Yes.
That is so stupid.
Yes, it is. Like, another reason why I got sick of playing it that way is like the claim system is just fucking retarded. I've militarily controlled your entire nation. I'm bombing your worlds into dust as we speak. Why the fuck would I give them back to you?
Because you didn't say they were yours. That's stupid as fuck. They had a fucking system to get rid of. Like, influence, I think, is just stupid in general.
I mean, I don't mind so much because it's just a way of representing political will. But it
you
could be
play
better.
more of a hive mind style where influence doesn't matter one bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a hive mind, it shouldn't matter at all. Like, that should be a benefit to being hive mind. Because right now there are really no reasons to play hive mind.
Because the influence system. Because you need to claim, which a hive mind wouldn't be like, okay, well, I'm going to take this system. I'm just giving you a heads up. They're just going to come in and fucking take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have 193 influence right now, and I'm getting +3. I need to rival the other 2. The only problem is the rivalry system. I can't rival them because they're fucking so far behind me.
Yeah.
So I have no bonus to my influence game.
Yep.
Other than my faction. And obviously that's not going to give me a huge surplus.
Weapon is like nipples on meth.
My armor is dented. Let me repair it.
Like, if they gave you a bonus to influence, like let's say every 100 systems that you conquer, you get +1 influence. I think that would be reasonable, because I have 700 systems right now. That's a lot of fucking shit. Or no, I'm sorry, 300
Yeah.
systems.
It
I have
is.
376 systems, and that gives me plus 752 to my Empire Sprawl, double. So if I had plus 3 on top of what I'm making influence right now, it wouldn't be that big of a, it wouldn't be that drastic. But I mean, it would help. Like for every 100 systems you conquer, give plus 1 influence. That's not that big of a change. I think it would help mechanically at least. Because you have a lot of systems, obviously you can have a lot of influence. It's like, oh wow, that guy's got big territory.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I have 510 districts and 30 colonies. But yeah, I can understand why you'd stop playing solely because of the influence. Like, it's so back ass.
Well, the game stopped making sense.
Well, I remember, like I said, the sectors you could control what was in them, what was not. And now it's just, when you click make sector, you can't add a planet to a sector. I cannot find that for the life of me. If it's somewhere in this game, it is not easy to find.
I don't think
Because
it
I used
exists anymore.
Yeah, because you used to be able to say, okay, this planet, this planet, this planet, and it would change your map layout and show you the sector borders. That's completely gone. And that's totally fucking me right now, because I want to be able to make, you know, my home world area, this circle right here, I'd love to make one sector. And then, you know, this left wing over here, I'd like to make one sector, and then another sector in the middle here, and another sector, because I have fucking half the galaxy conquered. So the 4-lane thing that they have when you make a sector, well, everything within 4 hyperlanes is in this sector now. What? No. Sure, if there was a planet in every sector, sure. If there's a planet in every system, that would make sense. He's got a 27k fleet that consists of 4 battleships, 6 cruisers, 11 destroyers, and 34 corvettes. I don't know. That's a pretty tough fleet, especially against 100 destroyers, 200 corvettes, another 200 corvettes, another 25, 50 battleships,
Will do.
75 battleships, 100 battleships. I don't know, he might be able to tough that out. Plus a station that provides 11k military power.
Yeah.
Honestly, I probably don't even need to send more than a destroyer and corvette fleet in there.
Watch and learn.
I could try out my new carrier fleet, see how that does.
Consider it done.
Will do.
Is 70 days from at least the last group of battleships being created. There's another 12.5 corvettes getting built in the same shipyard.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh, imagine if you could spend energy to get influence. I'd be a king. Yeah, the biggest thing I can take away from this particular game is planets and science. Science is super important. Like,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the most important thing in this fucking game. And population, obviously. Which you need population to have science anyway, so. Yeah, I was skipping doing research facilities because for some reason when I was hovering over it, it was showing me the monthly expense or something. I don't know, let me go quick on it.
Howdy, I'm just popping in for a minute.
Hey, Azir.
Hey, Jer, how's it going?
Uh,
Yeah, I read your, not good.
we'll manage. Y- I wish my Discord would work for 30 seconds so I could ask that question. Did anybody come up with anything?
Not that I've heard of.
Here, so. Yeah, the last thing in chat is your 50-minute burst comment.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I can try to run the game, but it might have to end up starting pretty late.
Well, I mean, it's the holidays. If you take a day off, it's no big deal. And plus, you've got a house full of broken and sick people, so.
That's no excuse.
And a lizard.
Just let underrun the session and then come back next week with some fresh characters for everybody.
We're going to the Abyss, Part 2. Red Hill rules.
Ooh.
Yeah. Level appropriate encounters? What's that mean?
I actually don't know, because I don't know if you realize the last encounter I put up the party up against prior to them entering the forest was an ancient red dragon. And friends. It had friends. It was not alone.
Mm-hmm. I noticed.
Yeah. I think everybody noticed. Okay. My phone's dying. I'm gonna plug it up. I'll be back.
Okay.
Alright, take it easy, man. Well, actually, that carrier fleet didn't turn out too half bad. Yeah, all told, it looks like it's just going to be a little over 200,000, or I wish, 102,000 for its military power. 60 escorting corvettes with 20 carriers. So Strikecraft's actually a pretty potent. I mean, plus the carrier class has the medium and small slots, so. The hangar bow has a medium slot, which has a medium Gauss cannon in it. The carrier core has two smalls, which again I put Gauss cannons in, and then the broadside stern has another two medium slots. So a lot of that military power is probably coming from the fact that it has three medium Gauss cannons. Is it Gauss or Gauss? Because I say it both ways, depending on
Gauss.
kind of mood. It is Gauss?
It is Gauss. It is the name of a German guy. Did a lot of early work with electromagnetics.
Okay. And the Gauss gun, or Gauss cannon of any sort, is different than an actual rail, because a Gauss is an assembly of coils, isn't it?
Okay, railgun and coil gun, yes. Railgun uses linear rails with alternating magnetic fields. Coil gun is a coil. Gauss cannon could refer to either.
Oh, okay. I do not know where these Corvettes came from. Well, anyway, I'm just fucking clicked on a fleet. Damn it! I was gonna say I'm just gonna disband those Corvettes. Well, I found another hiccup with that. When it splits all the fleets in there, it makes a bunch of 0-0 fleets in the fleet manager that you have to go in and delete.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yes, it's a fleet with no ships, but it's, and the fleet manager doesn't make any sense either. You should be able to just clone a fleet. Like, okay, I want another one of these fleets, just like you could copy a ship. That's what the fleet manager should be. And they should have another tab that's called Fleet Designer.
Yeah.
So when I think of Fleet Manager, that's what I think of.
I got it.
Stupid edict ruining the whole thing. I used to know my way around. Feel so old.
Moving cautiously.
Oh, my combined fleet power right now is, or my naval capacity is 2016, and I have 1980 of that used. Nine fleets that are 200.
Whatever you need.
Which only cost me
New dent.
4,600 energy credits a month.
Neat.
filthy hands off me! Fall! For me! Will do.
And mind you, that is with them all on star bases that have crew quarters. They're not moving around right now. What was the crew car like minus 25% upkeep?
Something like that.
Can't do that.
Yeah, docked ship upkeep minus 25%.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Corvette fleets are actually pretty powerful. Especially when I switch them from the auto cannons to the rails to the Gauss cannons.
Let's get...
One fleet of 220 Corvettes is 151,000 military power. They're 220. Did I say 220?
How it's done.
Can't move. I got it. This is...
Will do.
useless. I should try something else.
Whatever you need. Wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
So what are you up to in these days?
I should try something.
infiltrating a burning library to kill everyone inside.
Couldn't you just shut the doors?
Well, we tried that before. The reason it's burning is because I summoned a volcano under it earlier. It didn't quite take, so we got to go in and root them out.
I can just hear the stories. You did what?
Sorry.
Enough of this. My bedroll calls. I got it.
We would never surrender our independence to the likes of you. That's a shame.
Can't do that.
This is where we'd socialize. And by that, I mean we'd drink until we forgot geometry. Powerful warding magic keeps this place intact. Who knows how long it will hold? Found something.
Interesting.
I'll take care of it.
Sorry, cat. Well struck. Right.
How do I make AI smarter?
At the when you create a game, there's a difficulty setting.
Oh. Oh no. I meant the robots in my.
Oh, there's research, and then you upgrade them.
Okay, how do I upgrade them?
I think it's automatic. Like when you research droids, it upgrades your robots into droids automatically.
So basically, I just need more robot population.
I think so.
I hadn't started building. I only recently started building robot facilities, so that could be it. I cast out every other species. The game doesn't like me right now.
Yeah.
Well, it's trying to calculate all that shit. My population is going to go down for a little bit as the undesirables get rooted out. Which is going to suck a bit. I mean, at least I have enough gain of everything that I'll be able to just trade resources to make up for what I'm lacking until my population gets back up to what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But that's going to put... because I'm not exterminating, I'm just forcing them out of my population, so they're going to get pushed into the other 3 AI, who are going to have probably an extra 1,000 to 1,500 pop. And 2 of them are at 5k pop, and 1 of them is at 3.5k. So it might hinder them a little bit.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
just a bit.
But I definitely cannot go on the offensive right now. I'm at negative 4k energy. Like I said,
Yeah, that might.
at least I have enough resources to trade for the deficits. And I almost have enough. Oof, I'm about to run out of energy credits in 12 months. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Even at times 3, 12 months, it's still like a half an hour. Or whatever the fastest speed is, times 10. Because it's not actually going fast anymore. It's probably at times 1 normal speed at the beginning of the game because it's trying to keep up with all the shit that's going on. Well, I don't have an overpopulation problem anymore on any of my planets. Like half my planets had the overcrowding icon on them. It's all gone now.
Yep.
Now there's just a bunch of excess jobs.
I got it.
Yeah, I have enormous stockpiles of the special resources, which are trading 8 to 1 right now for energy, so I shouldn't have any problem
Can't
keeping
do
my energy balance above dying.
Yeah, just a bit.
Well, and then the other 3 special resources, the living metal, the dust, and the dark matter, all trade 16. And I've got combined, I have almost 20k of those 3. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to spend my influence on frickin' Edict.
Have a look here.
Should I take the minus 50% or plus 50% damage to endgame crisis factions as my last ascension perk?
What? Say again?
I said, should I take the Defender of Galaxy? Damage to endgame crisis factions plus 50%? Would that be beneficial? since I haven't gotten to the end game stuff yet.
I mean, if you haven't, I thought you had the Unbidden or something show up. You only get one end game crisis.
That was my last game. This is a new game.
Ah, I mean, it would help.
I mean, considering I have combined almost 1 million military power in my fleets.
Yeah.
Actually, probably near. I would still want to deal with them. I would want that. Yeah, it's the only one that really like has any major benefit to me because I have shared destiny, which is useless because I don't have any vassals. I probably never will. Transcending learning, which yeah, guess leader level cap would be nice to bump up, but I don't really need it because my leaders die before they hit their caps. Edict duration, that one's okay, but it costs so much influence to get it. At least the ones I use. Masteries of Nature, all of my blockers are cleared on all of my planets, so I don't need that one. And then World Shaper, terraforming cost minus 25%. And allows us to terraform Gala worlds. But
I mean, I like that one just because it lets me expand, but you do whichever you
30
want.
planets?
You're at the end
Do I
game.
really
You
need
should, yeah, there's no limit to the number of planets I want.
True. Yeah, I could definitely use more, but I wait for my population to fill out the ones I have right now. How do I have unemployed Pops? What is your specialty? He's a ruler. What? Okay, well, you guys can just be unemployed.
Right.
I don't have any spots for you guys. I'm sorry. You're just gonna chill. Oh, I figured out the crime thing too. If you build a precinct house, you don't get any crime.
Well, it helps suppress it.
Yeah, well, I avoided building those on my last game where I was having all the problem with the crime underworld and stuff like that. And then I noticed on this one, on my first 2 planets, I had a precinct house on one and not on the other. And the one with the precinct house had 0 crime, and the other one had like 20-something%. So I built the precinct house on the second one. And then I realized that, yeah, I should build a precinct house first thing on every planet, and then build what I need after that. Because not having any crime at all really does make a difference for a lot of stuff. Like how much things cost you, and... Worked out. Oop, missed that one. 92% crime. Whoops.
I got it.
And it takes forever to fucking build up planets. 220 days to build one building. So you're saying at 30 planets I should make more planets? considering I colonized damn near every planet with the fungi people. Oh, including Tomb Worlds now, because I got the research for the Tomb Worlds.
There's no chance of you putting that back, is there?
Uh-oh, what did you do?
So, I found out why the library hadn't melted yet. Turns out there's this really powerful artifact keeping everything like time locked, which prevented the volcano from destroying the temple. I just grabbed the artifact and now I'm running for it.
Alright, let's see how you guys do now. Oh, it's like, Night at the Museum. The funky tablet that brought everything to life. I love these hyperlanes. So I think I decreased the hyperlane density on this particular playthrough just because I was curious what would happen. And what I can do with a single jump of 14 days would take me 400 something days to get there with a construction ship because it has to go all the way back and around.
Mm-hmm. Whoops. And now the sages hate me. Something, I destroyed their central library, burning down the library, effectively the Library of Alexandria.
Oh dear.
Whoops.
I didn't realize that would happen. I seen shiny, I took shiny, I'm good to go. I have researched administrative capacity so many times that it's going to cost me 500,000 society research to research it again.
Oof.
So I'll take plus 5% habitability for all of 15 months it'll take me to research that at 92,000.
On it. Can't do that.
So it looks like it gives you a 12-month warning every time. That's nice. Unfortunately, the prices of everything is not really coming back up much. That sucks. So did the sages forgive you?
I don't know yet. I haven't found any that are alive.
Ah, shame. like the game knows I'm looking for upkeep admirals. I have 4 for 9 fleets, so that's actually pretty decent. And obviously I'm keeping the ones that I want, like the ones for the plus 20 weapon range and all that. But I'm firing everybody else.
On it. You learn something every day.
Woohoo! I got another one.
Nice.
Oh, that's 5 out of 9. Here's another one. I mean, it's not really making much of a dent, but it's the thought that counts, right?
Sure. The thought.
I suppose I haven't unpaused the game. I've been paused this entire time so that my energy doesn't go negative from my constantly buying leaders. So the upkeep hasn't updated yet. also have a modifier for my naval capacity because I got rid of some of my population. So obviously I lost some of my naval capacity. I have a +3 increase. So +3%.
Huh.
I have everything in my what I would call my first sector completely systematically conquered. Now I need to move out to my wings, I guess you could say, and start building star bases out there. I just don't know. There's something really satisfying about watching 220 Corvettes move in formation. I need a penal colony. That sounds useful.
Doesn't it, though?
Well, it reduces the criminal on all of my planets and then makes all the criminals on one. That sounds too good to be true, in my opinion.
Kyrus's icy nethers, twice! Edicts have been broken before, but never in all my many years have I heard
The only problem
of
is
one
my
person
population is
doing
very
it
good with
twice.
Arctic world, so it's not very torturous to stick them there.
That's like saying winning a war is as simple as raising a giant army and making all the right...
That's twice now you've undone one of Kyros's edicts. If you're trying to invite the wrath of the Overlord, good job. The sages have their share of enemies, and there are some that may have thought the Edict of Fire a suitable fate. Regardless of what the sages, breaking the Edict of Fire is a signal to Taratus. The Overlord can be defied. The punishments What is it you need?
It is rare enough that anyone has the opportunity to proclaim an edict, much less break one. How are you holding up, Fatebinder? At least you are aware of your recklessness. I would be more concerned if the case was otherwise. Take care that you don't exhaust yourself and become worthless to the war effort. What can I do for you?
I'll just hold on to this.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Smells
Doesn't
like
look like anybody
alpha.
showing up for D&D tonight.
Smells of strength.
Well, easier to kind of tell everyone that it wasn't going to happen.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land. Hunting for... Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of Alpha evaded Beast Woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last. Fate Binder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Male who smells of Alpha and knows of Shadow Hunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills and
More time.
Felt nothing. Felt nothing. Swallowed by
I gotta find what planet my huge food deficit's coming from. Minus 700 food as well on top of the Then you start shuffling population to whatever world that was making all of my food apparently.
Yield! Kills and Shadow yields to Fate Binder. No human called Fate Binder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fate Binder binds words to earth and sky. Makes ground tremble. Makes night cry. Blood and fire. Tribes of Kairos fear Fate Binder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fate Binder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous. Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women are savage hunters. Bred strong always kill weak, then grow weak, and are killed. Is migration of life. But Kills in Shadow is not weak now. Kills in Shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Unless Fate Binder begins to smell weak. Kills in Shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb Cleft is leader now. Will not.
These motherfuckers. They have a research institute on a planet with no research. Wasting the slot. Like, seriously, these fucking AI, I have no idea. Yeah, they put fucking research institutes and Ministry of Production on like all of their planets. So I'm going through slowly one at a time and fucking rebuilding these planets. It just takes fucking decades to fucking redo it. It's so annoying. I'm also trying to put robot assembly plants on all of my worlds to kind of one, it'll substitute for my missing pop that I have right now. And then two, hopefully I'll be able to have the robots become fully aware, whatever it is.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm back.
Welcome back. Somebody popped in and disconnected. I didn't get a chance to look over and see who it was. I heard the join noise and the disconnect noise. I don't know. Somebody popped in. Guess they didn't like what they hear, and which 90% of the time between you and me is dead silence.
Yep. Yeah. Probably Lizard. He likes to hop in and around things.
Oh, true. Yeah, he is on Insurgency. So. Howdy, Spectre.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, getting by.
You ready for the fireworks?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Nearest display is up in Seattle, and that's always a mess to get into.
I thought you said something about your neighbors shooting off fireworks illegally. Or was that somebody else?
I think that was somebody else.
Okay.
I live in a community that has banned fireworks.
Why
that's what it
would they do
was.
that?
You're loud.
An asshole set a forest on fire at some point.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're out in the West Coast. Whereas us in Michigan were like, a couple years ago, were like, why did we ban, like, fireworks again, and then we just legalized all of them.
Yeah, freaking, there's a whole bunch of fireworks stores around me just south of the Upper Peninsula border. Because people from Michigan would cross the border, buy fireworks, and go back across the border with them.
Mm-hmm.
They were banned, but it wasn't really enforced. Especially in the north, like, fuck, nobody cares up here.
Yeah. Yeah, the north, where if the police get called, the first question they ask is, did anybody die? No, I really don't give a shit, and they hang up.
Anybody die? No. Are there any cars in the ditch? 1. Alright, we'll send a tow truck. That is if their buddies with their trucks and tow cables don't get there first.
Did somebody die? Yes. Shows up 2 hours later.
Yeah, that happens too. Fuck, I was just at a bar on Saturday night. Or Friday night. No, Saturday night. And we were messing with this guy. He's really funny. His name's Donnie. And he's from New Orleans. And he's like all gung-ho about LSU. I don't know anything about fucking football, much less college football. And so they like to give him shit and everything like that. He left his phone in the bar and he went home because his apartment's right across the road from the bar, so he can walk home. And he left his phone sitting in the bar, and he doesn't have a passcode on his phone because he's an older person. And well, he's not like old, but he's forgetful. And so he doesn't have a passcode on his phone. And so one of the people at the bar took his phone and freaking locked it and put a passcode on it. And well, what can you do when your phone is locked? Emergency calls. What does this
Factory
motherfucking
reset.
Well, no, yeah, factory reset, yes, but no, the emergency calls. What does this motherfucker do? He calls 911 out of his emergency contact list because his phone's locked. He's just trying to unlock it, mind you. He didn't like intentionally dial 911. And so the person that locked his phone took it, talked with dispatch, told them that it was an accident, blah blah blah, and so they had to send an officer just to verify that everything was okay. And it took them like a half an hour to get there. It's like, wow, I really wouldn't want to be under duress if freaking that's your response time.
You're lucky someone showed up at all.
Yeah. That's, you know where Marinette and Menominee are?
No.
It's one of the main border towns. Marinette is the Wisconsin city, and then Menominee is the Michigan city.
Okay.
It's right where... Yeah, right on the Upper Peninsula. It's one of the main drags. It's 41, Highway 41. It's one of the main drags that goes from Wisconsin to Michigan. There's a big
Sure.
bridge and everything like that.
Sure.
And so yeah, that was we were on Marinette, the Wisconsin side, and I think Marinette and Menominee have separate police. I'm pretty sure because technically they're separate states, so they need to have their own jurisdiction. But yeah, it was a Marinette cop, and the bartender knew him and everything like that, and they're giving each other shit and stuff like that. It's like, but still, like, you guys are not that busy on a freaking Saturday night at 8 o'clock. Oh, Spectre, I have not told you, I am smoke-free.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It took you long enough.
I know. You've only been on me for, what, 2 years?
Just about.
I mean, Christ, I've known y'all for... Can I be going on 4 or 5 years now?
Somewhere in that range, I suppose.
Back when we were playing Rust. The fateful day when Radical Edward came over to my house asking if I had any sulfur and charcoal. Yes, Radical Edward is the first person I met.
Quite the first impression.
Well, I liked him when I first met him.
He popped in the other day.
Oof, what room do we have to disinfect?
Apparently on hiatus for various personal emotional reasons. I won't go into details. Said he might be back on occasionally.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
He does know we've basically turned into a D&D clan now, right?
I mentioned that.
Well, it's the only thing that everybody gets on for, and then Escape from Tarkov. No real insurgency players anymore.
Well,
I mean-
it's a handful of Slavs and Europeans that are holding up the insurgency server right now.
Yeah, but none of the core plays it anymore. Hell, I don't even play our ambush server anymore because of all the fucking enforcing rules that they got. That's why I left That's why I left VIP. That's why I don't wear the tags anymore. That was the only reason I was VIP still, was because I was staff on the ambush server.
Yeah, I hop on the server every now and then, and I do admit I do disagree with some of the rules. But apparently, we held a vote.
I don't remember taking any vote. I just seen God post it in the admin chat. Or the announcement channel.
Apparently, it was put to vote at one of the staff meetings. I recall not making that one because it was short notice.
Yeah, it was short notice, so nobody could make it to it. So the vote was biased by the people that wanted to do all this shit to the ambusher.
I'm just worried what they would do if I went on the insurgency server. Just ignored all the rules. I just played like I normally did. And they try to kick me, and the kick command comes back and tells them, "I'm sorry, Dave. I can't let you do that."
Here's the fun thing. That's kind of what I do anyway, because I've still got elevated admin.
I used to have elevated admin, but then when the falling out happened, because nobody had changed it when I first left. It was when I came back in the second falling out. Yeah, this group lost its direction when they changed to the anybody can join community.
Nah, what's really been hurting us is NWI.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be just one game that people play. Like, you can have a community that has multiple games and aspects that they play, like Escape from Tarkov, Insurgency, R6. We have all of these games. It's just the overhead lost focus. I'm talking about God and Hayes. Like, Hayes has been non-existent because his social life, in the real world, has taken over his ability to play games, which I respect. I don't have a problem with that. But that lack of focus, like, there is no, goal to get, a group playing this game or a group playing this game anymore. It's just everybody shows up whenever. The only thing that has regulation to it is the D&D group. Like Underdark said, we're basically a D&D clan now.
And, that's two reasons I can see for that. One, really, Insurgency is the only recruiting-friendly game that we play multiplayer-wise. EFT, you have to kill someone to figure out what their in-game name is, and you have to steal their tags. There's no in-game way to make friends, really.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
And
Technically possible, but you have to get really lucky.
Really lucky, and it would involve a degree of trust that you're simply not going to get in the game as brutal as EFT is.
Yeah.
It's not the game for recruiting.
It's not a game for recruiting. It's a game for pre-existing people, groups of people to play a game in. R6 Siege is a little easier.
Because you can get randos.
Because you can get randos, but the game size when you play is really small. It's 5v5. And normally when we were playing R6 a lot, we had usually 4 to 5 people playing at once. So our side was completely full. And the other team, because of kind of the nasty bullshit stuff that people would pull, didn't really like us all that much. It wasn't really friendly towards recruiting. The game was not a social game. It was a fairly competitive game.
Yeah.
There were a few randos.
You can't recruit in a competitive game. That's the problem.
We did. We tried to. early on, we could get randos to come into Discord and join, like if they were on our team, and join us in R6 for it. But they never stuck around. They never came back. They were on for that game. Then when they left, and we never saw them again.
See, that's why you need to pull somebody like me in the room. I make friends easily. Make enemies just as easy, but we'll talk about that later.
Oh, we were perfectly friendly with them. It's just a matter of getting them to come back to this Discord. We would even, tell them they can come back, and we can probably find an R6 game getting together. But none of them ever came back. I can't think of a single person we recruited to the community out of the R6 stuff. Everybody came in through word of mouth, like friends of friends, or through Insurgency, simply because Insurgency is such a large game, relatively speaking, versus more modern games.
Player versus player.
And it's a lot less competitive. It's a lot more social. At least it was when I was playing it. I haven't played in our server in over a year, so...
Yeah, it's not very social on our server anymore. Like that's the reason I dropped the fee. They basically, in my opinion, and Spectre, you probably could agree with me. I have no idea if you do or not. In my opinion, they made the game even harder for a new player to learn. For the ambush server, at least.
Yeah, I can kind of sympathize with that.
Like, if you come into the server completely blind and you get all these rules that are not associated with the mechanics of the game thrown in your face, and if you break one of them, you're basically insta-kicked, that I don't agree with. That's why I like the triple warn kick ban system. Like, I will warn somebody multiple times, and if they continue, then I'll kick them. And if they keep it up, then I'll ban them. Just like with that dumb fuck that fucking joined the community after I banned him. The one that was intentionally following me with an M249 trolling, and I banned him for it. That was one of the ones that we had a court session for the ban appeal. Yeah, it was Mark Hamill, maybe? I don't remember the name.
Oh, yeah, he's not around anymore. We had to...
yes.
To let him know that he shouldn't come around.
That was one of the people that I told God not to recruit. That's another reason that I stopped caring. So, Spectre, I have a naval power of nearly 1 million right now in Stellaris.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, all of my individual fleets.
Not bad. Should be enough to completely control the rest of the galaxy.
Yeah. Oh, there's 3 AIs in this, and they have a federation, and I'm not in the federation, so I'm very disappointed about that. So, and I have another probably about 300 years before the end game stuff starts. So I figured I could slowly but surely push them down to nothing, and then have the entire galaxy, except for maybe a couple of staggered systems here and there, in my control for the end game stuff to see how that goes. This has been my best game so far, except for I learned things, which is the reason I keep playing it. So I learned planets and population and research are important, which I neglected for a majority of this game.
Yeah, I forget what the exact relation is. If I remember correctly, it's like more population makes research take longer or something like that.
Sprawl in general. Your Empire Sprawl is higher than your administrative capacity. You suffer follow penalties, blah, blah, blah. I have right now my technical cost is plus 286% for research. My tradition adaptation is plus 477, because my Empire Sprawl is 1300 and my administrative capacity is only 375. Because my empire is so massive in comparison to how many think tanks are at the top, which is, again, dumb in my opinion. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you not employ more smart people to take and help control your systems? I don't know. That just makes no sense to me, but it's part of the game. But basically, yeah, there's a mechanic where you do the math where if your empire sprawl is twice as much as your administrative capacity for, you should have at least 2 dedicated research planets. And then it'll go up with the numbers, not with the division and percentages. So basically, the bigger your empire gets, the more research dedicated planets you want. Right now I have 4 research dedicated planets with my last 4 science ships in orbit assisting with the research, and those guys produce just shy of 12k research total. 4k physics, 3.5k society, and 3.5k engineering. But
I think
again,
that's pretty good. I'm not really sure because they changed the game so goddamn much.
yeah, that's why Under doesn't play it anymore.
That's why I don't play it anymore. That's why most of us don't play it anymore.
Yeah, because it was a kind of fun, lightweight 4X game that had decent multiplayer. And they tried to turn it into CK2 in space and failed. So now it's just this horrible mess of shit that is like at like a junction between RTS, 4X, and Grand Strategy game. And they forgot that it's actually a game and it has to be fun. They forgot to bring the fun in the game.
Yeah, this level of micromanaging that I'm doing would be impossible in a multiplayer game. You would constantly have people pausing to adjust planets and stuff like that.
Well, I did it without pausing, but yes. It is incredibly annoying and you can't get anything done. Because I just refused to pause it because I didn't want to, literally like every 5 minutes we ended up having to pause it anyway. I didn't want it to be even worse.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like this would be almost impossible in a multiplayer game to freaking keep up with. And that would be such a slow multiplayer game. Like, Oh, I know what's going on. I'm starting to get a lot of crime planets Underdark, which is why I made a mention of a penal colony being nice. It's because of that population deficit that I did. I kicked out all the species that I didn't like, Spectre.
Oh, yeah. You do that every now and then. Like I did a file playthrough once, I didn't see any benefit to it.
Yeah, well, that population deficit also gave me an energy and food deficit right now that I'm trying to compensate for. And I'm colonizing 5 new planets, because Underdark said more planets is better.
More pops is better. You get more pops by having more planets. Ergo,
Yeah, more planets
pops is
producing pop.
yeah. Ergo, more planets is better.
Yeah. Well, the problem is my population count is going down. It was 2,519, now it's 2,504. Oh, I suppose I made a bunch of colony ships. That takes population away, doesn't it?
And this one territory wasn't based on the exact systems you control, but rather was a projection based upon your overall power.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the influence system.
Yeah, the old influence system was basically, okay, you exert a radius of influence based upon a number of factors around whatever planets you control. This may or may not cause you to be able, to have a bunch of other systems in your planets in your system as a result.
Oh, so it was like the civilization cultural influence. You influence the stuff nearby you based on how influential that particular thing is.
Exactly. And there was one of the ascendancy texts basically lets you boost your sphere of influence by like something like 30 to 50%. I forget what the exact number was.
Let me guess, it was OP and abused as fuck.
Yes.
You know, Under, how I was talking about that wormhole? I turned wormholes and gateway. I think I turned mega structures off. That's why I was not understanding why I couldn't find the research. Doesn't matter if I have the research. There's no mega structures to upgrade or build. But anyway, the single wormhole. I just realized I'm gonna move half of my fleets there, and then claim that wormhole as one of my first claims. Which I'm still fucking saving up influence. What's up, Grand?
Hey, Lizard.
Because I want to enact the energy surplus, or what is it fucking called? Capacity overload plus 20% monthly energy credit increase, which would be pretty beneficial to me right now, considering that I have 4.7k in and 8.7k expense. What are you up to tonight, Lizard?
Just playing some Insurgency. Matrix.
I am gonna hop up in the Tarkov because they are pinging me because they're gonna try and get a 5-man going.
5-man, that sounds fun.
That's hot.
I'm going to use this opportunity to abuse the spawns on factory so I can actually get shit done on factory.
Well, Grant stuck around for long.
Who the fuck threw me?
I did
Sure.
it.
So you're a lizard. Either if you guys are still on when they're done, I will probably be.
Okay.
I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll be on for a while.
An hour or two before my bedtime.
Okay, see y'all in a bit.
See you when I see you. Oh, I have unemployed pups. I can move them. How the fuck do I do that again?
stepping lightly.
Oh, this is gonna be a fucking fun game, but you can't see what planets need what.
I got it.
I should not need a notebook, Underdark. I should not need a notebook to write down what planets I'm fucking moving settlers from. You should be able to have 2 planet screens open at the same time and have the population people click and drag them like you can do with ships and fleets.
Will do. Far worse.
My armor is dented. Let me repair it.
Far worse.
My armor feels lighter.
Wait, should I be able to move those unemployed rulers to the new planets I'm making? Or will those planets come with rulers?
Say again?
Administrative. Well, remember I was complaining about having unemployed rulers? I'm making new planets, so if I move those unemployed rulers to those planets as soon as they get colonized, I shouldn't have any unemployment then, because they'll take over the administrative capacity jobs on that planet, right?
Right.
Okay. As long as I do it quickly enough, because it's one of the first jobs to get filled.
Right.
So basically, I get to sit here for the next 20 minutes and wait for fucking colonies to fucking colonize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just spent the last couple minutes reassigning unemployed regular workers to planets that have empty generator districts.
Yeah.
Moving cautiously.
Say the only thing the outliner is missing is showing you which planets have available jobs.
Send me your champion! Behind Archon, lend me your strength.
Iron ring for every dumbass mistake of mine. Watch and learn. I'm terrible at this. How am I not dead yet?
Right.
Oh, I know why my population's going down. They're still purging the ones I set to undesirable.
Ah, yeah, that would do it.
So it is about to get worse before it gets better.
For them.
Well, no, just for me in general. I need to wait for I need to wait for the pops to rebuild up. But there's a couple of the pops that I have are from outposts in my territory, so that those should help. I mean, not dramatically. I'm talking like a 1%, but that's the only place I see that particular species is from outposts. Because the three AIs, one was a fungi, one was a tentacle thingy, and the other one was a cockroach. Or no, actually no, it wasn't. This one was the spider-looking thing originally. These guys were the floating jellyfish, and then these guys were the fungus thing that kind of looked like a bird. But I set the other reptilian species that I don't care about being in my population. I'm sorry, I'm just all for the bipedals. I don't really want no bugs. Seen Battlestar Galactica too much. The co-ed shower scene. I mean, who didn't watch it for that?
What? I don't think you mean Battlestar Galactica.
What one am I thinking of then?
I'm thinking you're thinking of Starship Troopers.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yep, you're right. What's the enemy in Battlestar Galactica then?
Cylons?
Oh, you're right! Shoot. I've failed as a nerd. I mixed up my sci-fi genres.
Yeah. I don't know what we're going to do about this.
Well, I'm already kicked out of the D&D group.
Hence, I don't know what we're going to do about this.
That's what I was going to say. You can't get much lower than that in the nerds.
Let's try not to stand out, shall we?
As for getting more nerdy, we could always play Shadowrun.
could.
Like, I'm pretty sure that qualifies as a nerdier game than D&D does.
I mean, I'll be honest, I've never actually played it. But...
Command.
Oh, neither have I, but I do have a copy of the rules.
Oh, really? We should just throw a random session together and see who actually gives a damn. 'Cause that's Cyberpunk, isn't it?
Yeah. And magic and other shit. It's like there's
It's like D&D meets sci-fi, kind of.
kinda. The whole base of the system is different.
Oh, so it doesn't use Roll20 mechanics?
Right. It's a D6 die pool mechanic.
Oh, really? So it'd be a lot easier for anybody to play because they don't need to buy special dice. They could just open their box of Yahtzee.
And steady.
Up until you realize that there are times when you need 20 D6 or 56 D6, and some of the older editions could get insane. Like, all right, throw a fistful of D6s.
Throw a bucket full at that point. But technically, you could just keep rolling and adding with 6 dice still, or 5 from your game of Yahtzee. Whereas with a Roll20 system, you can't mathematically equal 20 without a D20 or 20 D6. You'd use a binary system if you use 20 D6. Which, no, you wouldn't need 20 D6. What would you need for binary for 20? You'd need 5 dice, right? Yeah.
Five. So it'd be what? I don't know. I don't feel like doing math.
Well,
in
you'd
my
need
head. 2 to the power of something that will get you 24. I just don't know what it is. That power is how many binary bits you need.
It would be 32. So yeah, it'd be 5 dice. It'd be 2, 4, 8, 16, 32.
Yeah, but you don't need the 32 bit. 16 plus, like if you take 16 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 31. So you don't need all of those bits. That's what I mean.
You don't need the 32nd bit. Yeah.
Right. I think you do need the 16th bit, so you would need 4 bits then. You need the nibble, basically.
Yep. And then anything over... Why are we doing this under...
I don't know. Because we're
just
nerds.
Trying to figure out how to roll a d20 without a d20. Well, you could do it with 4d6. Odds would be 0s, evens would be 1.
You could also do it with chits of paper and a bag.
Yeah, true.
On it.
But yeah, mechanically, it would be easier for someone to pick up Shadowrun with just the d6 they have laying around their home, because I'm assuming all of the roll mechanics are based on a d6 and around a d6. So that's the only
right. It's based on a pool of d6s that you would have determined on what an attribute is, plus what your skill is, plus any modifiers, etc., etc., etc.
Would you be interested in throwing a game together just to kind of play around with the mechanics, or nah? Too much?
I wouldn't mind doing it at some point. I don't think it'll be for a while, because I actually want to read the rules and at least understand the rules before I try to organize a session to teach everyone the rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the game is fairly complicated. It's a crunchy rule system. It's a lot closer to the old D&D 3rd edition rules than they are 5th edition. They're not light at all.
Yeah. I only played a little bit of 4th. I never dabbled in the 3 or 3.5. So I only know 4th and 5th. And I don't even know 4th that well. I've only played 2 games in 4th, and those were the first time I ever played D&D. And then the 5th came out when I was in the Navy, and I hadn't played in a while. And somebody in my barracks had 5th edition rules, and that's the mechanic system that I've known. So for the last 7 years, I've known 5th edition. So those are
Okay.
the rules and mechanics and numbers that I know in my head. I'm vaguely familiar with 4th, but I never played anything pre that. Like, I know a lot of the lore and stuff from 3rd because the guy that had the 5th edition rulebook in my Navy barracks, he was a fucking huge... You would have got along great with him. He loved the lore and aspect of the older D&D stuff that he said, like you say, that they screwed up with the new stuff. They're not so much screwed up, but that's basically how it comes across. It's like they changed so much. Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
Whatever you need.
So I'm slightly confused. My population is still going down, but my naval capacity is going up. Wait, let me check my stations. Oh, some of them are still building anchorages, so that's where it's coming from. Cool. That's good, because I'm almost net zero on my naval capacity. I mean, right now it's a plus 0% due to being over my naval capacity, so it's not even actually affecting my upkeep cost.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to push this war off another couple decades, at least. At least until those other planets start making pop, because those are gonna just basically be energy planets. That's all I can hope for, right?
I wonder if this game has a level cap.
20.
It wouldn't surprise me. A lot of games do hold on to things like level caps and such from D&D, even though they have no real reason to.
What was the main reason? Okay, what edition did they introduce the level cap? Or has that always been a thing?
Level caps have always been a thing, but it used to be your level cap was determined by the race and class you took.
Huh?
Elves could not be as high a level a wizard as, or a magic user in those older editions, as a human could.
Which makes no sense.
Well, elf also was a class, not a race back then.
What?
The old rules are really fucked in the head, alright?
I can see that.
They cleared up a lot of that stuff with 2nd edition. That's where it kind of turns familiar, and you start seeing what it really came to, like the whole level 20 cap thing was kind of 2nd edition. In the 1st edition, it was just wacky. Yeah.
I love listening to the old stuff. Like, I don't know anything about it, so I mean, you could literally talk all day about 1st edition. I just sit here and soak it all. The elves were a fucking class? What?
Yes. Yes. The available 1st edition, the available classes were Man-at-Arms, or Fighting Man. Sorry, Fighting Man. It wasn't called Fighter, it was called Fighting Man. Magic User.
I'm gonna
Cleric
go to the kitchen and make some food, but you're welcome to keep going. I'll listen. So it was Fighting Man, Cleric, Elf. What did
Magic User?
Dwarves had to?
Dwarves were a race.
Okay, so you could be a dwarf fighting man.
Yes.
But you could also be a dwarf elf.
Apparently.
I'm just wrapping my head around that. All right. Please keep telling me about 1st edition. I'm gonna go make a sandwich.
I mean, that's kind of it as far as what I know. I never played it. I just read some of the older stuff. My introduction to D&D was 2nd edition.
tell me about second then, because I know nothing about that. I know
All
a
right.
little tiny bit about third and
All right.
3.5.
Let me tell you about this grand thing called dual classing. It was a human-only... So, non-human races could multi-class, just like you can in 5th edition. So you could be like a fighter thief, and you gain experience in both, and when you level up, you leveled up in both levels simultaneously. Back in 2nd edition, and I think in the 3rd, but I'm not 100% about that, different classes had different XP curves. Some classes leveled up faster than others. So things like wizards leveled up more slowly than thieves. Or rogues. Yeah, rogues. Anyway, but humans could do what was called dual classing. So, you start as a mono class, let's say a thief. You take 6 levels in thief. Then you decide to dual class into wizard, which is fairly popular back in that edition. So, when you dual class, you drop temporarily all of your class features from thief, and you become a 1st level wizard, though you keep your health and such. And I think your THAC0 was also unaffected. Until your new class's level reached the level of your previous class, you did not have access to your old class's abilities. So, when you were Wizard 5, you were just a 5th level wizard with a bit more health. When you turned into Wizard 6, you became a level 6 thief, level 6 wizard dual class. So you then gain all of your thieving abilities back. So picking locks, shadow movement in shadows, or stealth as it's now called. Things like that.
Basically, it's like a journeyman.
Yeah, backstab. All those features suddenly comes back. Yes, you stop your old class and you begin the new, but you lose access to your old class until your current class is at least equal to your previous class.
Yeah, like an apprenticeship or a journeyman. You basically stop learning what you used to learn.
Here's the rub. You can never again gain levels in that old class. So, you stopped Thief at level 6. That means that you will keep taking levels in Wizard only until you reach level 14 Wizard, because at that point you've hit 20 levels. Only humans could do that. And yes, it is as fucky as it sounds.
So basically it was the equivalent of multi-classing, but more tomfuckery.
Yes, and only humans could do it. Non-humans had access to standard multi-classing.
So what was the benefit of it?
Well, in multi-classing, you gained levels in both classes simultaneously. So, if you were a thief mage, you could at most become a level 10/10 thief mage, because you leveled up simultaneously. Whereas dual classing gave you a bit more flexibility and a bit more power, in the sense that you could then be a Wizard 14, Thief 6, for example. Multi-classing was not as flexible in older editions. That's like the big thing. That was like that went away starting in 3rd edition. Dual classing was no longer a thing in that, because everyone said, "The fuck is this bullshit?" Anyway. The other thing in 2nd edition was armor classes went counted down. That is, a 0 armor class was better than a 10 armor class. And, in fact, if you had decent magical plate and you were fairly high level, your fighter would have like a -6, -7 AC. That comes into play because the mechanic used for hits was not based on hitting their armor class, but rather a formula based on an acronym for 2-hit armor class 0, which was an ability that leveled up with you, or similar to proficiency. And was basically based on, this is what you would have to roll for your character to hit somebody with an armor class of 0. Then armor class was a modifier on top of that. So if your THAC0, which is how it was usually, or THAC0, I prefer THAC0 because it's faster, was, let's say your THAC0 was 18, and you're trying to fight a person in Magic Plate Mail, which had AC -1, that means you'd have to roll a 19 to hit him. Still with me on that?
Yeah, I can see why they switched the AC health point system now. How they have it now is all.
Yeah, higher numbers is better, is a little easier to conceptually wrap your mind around. The math works out the same. It's the same level of complexity math-wise.
Yeah, except for they just changed it from a zero-based system to a positive-based system. Right? Did I follow that kind of? Or?
Yeah, but basically it means that in those old editions, low AC shit was really good. So you see like plate mail, AC 0, and it would be really good, versus your leather armor AC 8.
Ah, okay. When did they change that? That was second edition that they had that?
That was in second edition. Going into third edition, they changed it to a count-up AC system and to hit rolls similar to what we have now. To make it more friendly for new people to be brought in, even though the math is the same, it's just conceptually a little easier.
Alright, what do you miss most from second edition that's not in fifth edition? Or second, third, fourth? What do you miss most that you wish that they still had?
Official Vancian casting.
That was an elaborate question. Let's give you something else to talk about.
I figured. I mean, if you already knew what that was, though. So, in third edition, and second and first, it went away starting in fourth. Wizards had a number of slots per day, let's say, of spells that you could cast per level. Similar to what we have now in spell slots, but more of them typically. Like a typically, let's say, 10th level wizard would have like 7 first level spell slots. I don't remember the actual number. There's a chart I'd have to consult, because you also gain bonus spell slots based on your intelligence score. High intelligence got you more spells per day. But at the end of a long rest, you had to pick from your known spells out of your spell book for each slot what spell that is. So you would say, let's say you have 7 slots, so you'd say, okay, these 3 are magic missile, these 2 are sleep, this is an identify, this is invisibility, etc., etc., etc. And that was it for the whole day. Those were your spells. And you couldn't change them until you took another long rest. So unlike 5th edition, where let's say you have 4 first level spell slots, you can use those spell slots for any of your first level spells to cast with, and it just burns that slot. The older Vancian style casting was you had 3 slots of magic missiles. After you use those 3 slots of magic missiles up, you have no more magic missiles that day.
So basically it was kind of a nerf to casting. Compared to what it is now, casting is almost easy in comparison.
Yes, there's less planning involved in the current casting setup. However, the current casting setup has fewer spell slots. So,
okay.
So when
you
I
had more access.
Let me just
back
wait.
then.
A 20th level wizard in 5th edition has 4 first level spell slots, 4 second level spell slots, and etc. up the curve. But the most you'll get per spell per level is 4. In 3rd edition, I think a 20th level wizard would have some crazy amount of spell slots. So he could cast actually more spells per day than a 5th edition wizard. Also, back then, there was no concentration mechanic. So you could have the wizard cast Haste, Stone Skin, Mage Armor, and Slow in the same combat and have all of those effects happening simultaneously while he has Fly on himself.
So what you're saying is 3rd edition casters were very overpowered at high levels.
Yes, it was insane. And I mean that, I don't want the power level back. I like the concentration mechanic. It's a great balancing feature that makes sense for the lore. You have to concentrate on ongoing spells, therefore you can only do that so much. It's a limited resource, your concentration is. But I kind of want the old spell slot and Vancian magic curves back. I think Wizards...
More slots, but
Wizards,
you were
yes.
restricted to what you pick.
What we have now in 5th edition is basically how sorcerers cast spells in 3rd edition. Sorcerers had a limited pool of known spells, but they didn't need to prepare them at the end of a long rest. They simply had, per level, you can cast this many spells at this level per day.
So they took that mechanic and applied it to all casters in 4th and 5th.
Right. Yeah, clerics were similar to wizards. They were fancy in more slots, but you had to pick which spell was in which slot at the beginning of the day. If you picked wrong and you put a utility spell in a slot that never gets used that day, oh well. Sucks. You should have picked better. It kind of favored a slower game pace, doing more recon on what you're assaulting so that you could have your cleric and your wizard prepare better spells for that encounter. The prepared spells mechanic as it stands allows a lot more of a standby list to exist. And sure, you have some situational specific ones, but if you don't have them, it's not the end of the world. In 3rd edition, if you went to fight a Medusa and your cleric didn't prep, or you didn't give your cleric time to prep, stone to flesh, there's a decent likelihood that one or two, or if not the whole party, is going to get turned into stone permanently. There's a lot more save or die spell effects in older editions. And I do mean that. I do mean save or die. There was none of this half-assery with, you take a buttload of damage or half if you pass save. No, it was like the text of the DM was, this player needs to make a DC 20 will save, because they had different saves back then they were based on stats. It was the equivalent of a wisdom save, or dies. I generally reserve this save or die mechanic in 5th edition for super powerful, not to be fucked with powers. Like, there are a few things in the Abyss that you guys toyed with, that they toyed with, I should say, that, yeah, if they hadn't passed their save, there was no damage roll. It was simply, okay, that character's gone. What do you guys do next?
Is that kind of what happened to Bill Mop's character?
Yeah, sort of. He was doing an untested, unknown magic ritual blindly, and I had him roll on a D100 chart, blindly. He rolled poorly.
Unfortunate for him.
More or less. Basically, all the ancient, powerful magic is just shit I stole from older editions, because back then magic was to be feared. Actually, I think I have. I have a 3rd edition player's handbook handy.
Oh boy. Are there any classes from older editions that are no more that you wish existed, or are they only added to classes and never removed any?
It depends on what you mean by that. The basic classes, from like the first player's handbook, came basically all the way through to 5th edition.
But they did change the mechanics of them.
Oh, of course, they had to.
Drastically.
Yes, because in 3rd edition, bards and monks were kind of trap options. Like you know that picture I sometimes post of the bard with the strumming on the mandolin while people have AK-47s around him, and I kind of...
Mm-hmm. I found the bard.
That's the 3rd edition bard. Everybody else is using like heavy-duty magic swords and slinging spells. The bard is strumming on his mandolin furiously.
Well, that was the bard. He used music as a weapon.
Right, except it was crap. You could have... Yeah, any other choice except the monk would have been better. The monk was just hilariously bad because unarmed combat in 3rd and earlier editions was a mess and usually ineffectual. The ranger was actually kind of decent, and they're kind of the whipping boy in 5th edition. Well, apparently they changed that between 2nd and 3rd edition. the spells per day per level for wizards. Apparently the base is 4 as a maximum per level. So you would have 4 slots in each thing, but you do get a bonus based on your intelligence. So a person with like a into 25, 20th level wizard could end up having a fuckload of slots, but
Well, yeah, the bonus from intelligence makes sense. The smarter the caster, the more likely they are going to be able to know and have more spells available in their mind. That makes complete sense.
yeah. Alright, here we are. The ability modifiers and bonus spells table. Table 1-1. Which goes from 1 to 45. Oh, yeah, spell ability scores weren't capped at 20, so you could get some pretty fucking high. So, if you had a
See, I agree with that mechanic.
20 int wizard would get 2 bonus spell slots in first level and 1 bonus spell slot in second, third, and fourth level. If he had an int of 45, which is stupidly high, but not unheard of for a max level wizard, 5 bonus slots at first level. That means that you can cast 9 first level spells a day. 4 bonus spell slots of second, third, fourth, and fifth. 3 bonus spell slots of 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Which means you can cast 7 9th level spells a day.
Holy fuck.
Welcome to 3rd edition. The wizard looks at your city. Your city blows up. Yeah, high-level wizards were very much in a class unto their own in levels of destructive bullshittery they could pull off in older editions. Even in 5th edition, you can get some of that, but in 3rd and older editions, it was taken to an absurd degree.
Let's see. I've got a. See if I can find it. A picture.
You want to go look up the level of bullshittery? Go look up the locate city bomb. Basically, it was a wizard spell combo that a high level wizard could cast that you could nuke a city from like a mile away. And I do mean nuke.
Oof. Holy crap. I'm going through some. Remember, I compiled all of my files into one terabyte hard drive. I just found some Rust base layout pictures. Man, that's old. Like on Fortify, designing them.
Sorry, what?
I'm looking for a picture to show you to see if you'll laugh at the joke. I'm not going to tell you what it is if I can't find it. It kind of defeats the purpose. But I found some Rust base building, Rust, the game, base building layouts and designs that I did on Fortify. That I was experimenting with creating new designs based on stuff that I had figured out for spacing and distance, stuff like that. Old school. Back in the day. Hey, there's a picture of fucking Broken Arrow.
Well, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
He's wearing roadside armor. We killed the guy with survey mine. Nope. Okay, it's got to be in this folder then. This is my downloads folder for my Windows 7 docs, so it'll be in here.
I got it.
I found it. All right.
I got it.
I don't know if you've seen that one before or not. It's an old school meme, you know, back before memes were called memes.
Yeah.
I figured you get a chuckle out of that one.
I do.
Just getting that high of a level was hard, wasn't it?
It depended on your DM. If you played strictly by the rules, yes, it was hard. Because if you died, your character did not come back to the party at whatever level. It came back at level 1.
Fuck. So if you were revivified or
No. I mean, like, your new character.
Oh, there was no party level. Or there was no API.
By default, yes.
But you could have APL if you wanted to.
DM's always free to make his own rules.
Wait, is that how AGR is running under or Red Hill? I was gonna call it Underhill. That's one of your characters' names, wasn't it?
No, that's a Tolkien name. When Frodo was trying to be
Found something
sneaky in the Inn of Bree, he went by the name Underhill.
You learn something every day.
No, that's one of my characters' names.
Okay, well, Tolkien also used it. Anyway, I've never made a character of that name.
Yep. Rangrim Underhill. Oh shoot, I don't have the fuck, I didn't download the interactive PDF.
What?
I do not have that on this computer.
Oh, the more purple one? It's pinned, so if you have Discord on the computer.
Yeah, I have Discord. I'll have to go back in there and I see the blank character sheet, but I don't see the more purple.
Blank character sheet is more purple. It should be character sheet underscore 2018-12-17.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
no,
that's
I have
the automated
I have a
one.
blank character sheet. I don't have the
That's the-
program.
Oh, Acrobat Reader DC? I mean, you just get that
Yeah.
from from Acrobat.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I have a blank character sheet saved. Yeah, I went to open my Underhill character sheet. It's like, oh, what do you want to use? Oh, shit. So I missed one thing. Oof, 180.1 megabytes. Oh, if I take off the free McAfee, it drops it down to 160. I'll let that run overnight. I was like, let me check my Solaris game. Nope, still bleeding. Isn't there a way to make a mega structure that gives you a bunch of energy?
Yeah, it's a
Or
Dyson
did it-
sphere.
How do you do that? Or is it DLC?
It might be a DLC if you don't have any of the DLCs.
I don't have any. I don't have any DLC. So.
Okay, yeah. I think you need
darn.
DLCs for that.
Yes, I found out that's why I can't build Titan and Colossi.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I
That's
just
a
assumed
DLC.
you had all of them one way or another.
No, I don't spend too much money on games. But yeah, it's stupid that I don't have the DLC, but it's like, oh, you can build 10 Titans. No, I fucking can't. It's lying to me. Well, my planets are, Oh, probably because they got colonized in different orders, I was going to say. Because when you use the arrows to navigate through the planets, it goes in the order that they're colonized.
That sounds right.
So I have obviously gotten to Zulu, so now I have planet Alpha 1, Bravo 1, Charlie 1, Echo 1, wait a minute, Foxtrot 1, Delta 1, wait a minute, and then Hotel 1. And Gulf 1 hasn't been colonized yet, so I need to rename all of these, or at least, well, yeah, actually all of them. Echo becomes Delta. Yeah,
Sorry, can't. Sorry, can't.
but I will be up to 35 planets. At least I can afford to cherry pick planets right now because I control half the known galaxy, so I can pick all the ones that have, 20 plus slots on them.
Will do.
I can say this is going to be really close, though.
There! See that?
I don't have enough influence for the 20% energy thing. Fortunately, that does take away from my ability to claim systems because, yes. Although I wonder if I decimate the enemy, basically, like I said, you know, scorched earth policy, just destroy everything, and then end the war without claiming any systems, and then I should be able to vassalize them all because they'll be so far behind me military power wise that they shouldn't have any choice but to accept, right?
You would think so.
But the AI are fucking AI. I swear I remember typing India 1 for a planet, but I do not see a colony ship. Ah, Underdark, I have lost a planet.
Well,
just misplaced it.
Time to find the nation responsible and burn it to the ground.
No, nobody's responsible. I just misplaced it.
You're misunderstanding me. I have an intelligence report here that says one of your neighbors took it. Now, which neighbor do you like the least?
All three of them? Particularly these bird fungus people.
They have conspired to take your planet.
Alright, it was the bird fungus people. They're dead. Even though it's gonna cost me like fucking 500... No, probably close to... Oh, let's see. Like 10,000 influence to claim all of their systems. Which is absolutely absurd. Actually, it's not terrible. It's 30 to 40 per system on Fringe right now, so... You know, you do the math, they've got... Well, actually, can I see how many systems? They have 41... Holy crap, they have 41 planets? They have a negative 129 like towards me because of threat. It just says threat minus 129. Sadly, they're pacifists. All three of them. So they won't declare war on me. But they also won't claim my systems.
Well, that's good.
Oh no, this guy has claims on my systems. What have you claimed? I mean, I doubt he's gonna get his 50k fleet past my 280k space stations on each of the choke points through. Oh no, it's an 80k and a 70k, my bad. Oh, this is so slow. It's been 7 years since I loaded this game. I loaded it in 2650. It is 2657. I mean,
Yep.
it's about to roll over right now, but still. Happy New Year! Woohoo! Hey, colony established. Where? It only has 5 generator districts on it. That's kind of disappointing.
I got it.
All right, resettle. Okay, I need to settle a ruler from Bravo. To Delta 1. There, you have the job. Hey, my naval capacity is higher than my number of ships finally. My pop is still dropping off, but it should slowly start to go back up. Especially now with the open housing, because that boosts, with such an excess of open housing, it boosts the population stuff. Still hemorrhaging energy, but I can't do much about that right now.
Yes.
But yeah, I guess if you look at the AI systems, they have far more planets than I do. It's 46, 41. That guy has 51, and I have as much systems as they do combined, so I should have 4 times the planets I do.
Yeah, it was often my weaknesses I would in that game was I was overly strategic in my planet positioning. So I had not enough planets to support the military size I wanted. Usually ended up fucking my economy over. So towards the end I would basically colonize every planet. I didn't care how crappy it was, I'd colonize it and throw generators up on it and things like that.
Yeah, because the pop is where your biggest boost comes from.
Here's the thing, a planet can only build one pop at a time. The more planets you have, even if they're crappy, the more pops you have building in parallel.
Even if you don't use them on that world, you can easily resettle them somewhere else to use that pop efficiently.
Exactly.
So if you have 60 worlds, you're generating 60 pops.
So here's where the micro comes in. I could also do the reverse. I have a core planet with one slot open. It grows a pop. I transplant that pop to one of my more forward worlds. It starts growing another pop.
Instead of stalling.
Right. Ideally, you want to keep it where every planet is always growing a pop. The micro to manage that is a pain in the ass because there's no automated way to do it.
There's no automated resettling system. Yeah, that is. I can understand your frustration with the micro in this game. I mean, even now, like, I'm kind of overwhelmed. Obviously, I have the ability to pause the game myself, but in a multiplayer game, that's, like I said, almost impossible because you'd have everybody pausing every 5 seconds. And
right, which is what drove us up the wall, and we said, you know what, it's not fun to play this anymore, so we stopped playing.
Yeah. This would be nearly impossible to do in a multiplayer setting. Because I'm constantly having to stop to, like, when I just conquered this guy's, these 30 systems or whatever that I claimed and took from this guy, that was 10 minutes of pause just going over each of his planets and rebuilding and replacing buildings and stuff like that because they were literally full of consumer goods. Like, I honestly don't know what the fucking planet setup was. Yeah, like, I'm looking at what planets I can see of his, and I would say probably 50% of his structures are consumer goods, which makes absolutely no sense. He has almost zero alloy production. Well, welcome back, Spook.
That was a phenomenal 2 raid.
What'd you get out of it?
The first raid, I take forever loading in for some reason, so I spawn late, and I spawn on the other side of the map from the group. I move about 30 yards and get shot by a guy waiting in ambush.
Oh, fun.
Second map. I'm in for about 3 minutes. It's mostly just moving slowly towards gunfire and then getting shot by a scav that was way out of position.
Player scav or no?
AI scav, like in an area they don't normally go to.
That's annoying. You must have followed somebody out there. Or
That's
do
what
they?
we figured. Yeah, they can get aggressive now. We figured they'd followed somebody else. We're still sticking around.
You would think they have a maximum distance that they go that they just stop and turn around.
No.
I suppose, yeah, you
If
could
they see
tease
you, they'll
that.
keep following.
Yeah, the more aggressive ones, like the really tuned up ones, will follow you across the fucking map. Actually, I had a rather fun moment where I got killed at one point by this because this one of the scab boss has a bunch of like really aggressive scabs with, and I was on a night map and I aggroed the entire, and so I end up tearing ass back through the woods where I came, trying to get away from them. And I turn around and I see this big fanned out like group of 8 flashlights just waving through the forest coming for me.
Well, have a nice day.
Yeah, I promptly died.
Yes, I too have angered that group on my own runs. And I know I've aggroed them because I'll hear them, all of a sudden you hear them stop moving, some yelling, and then ka-tink, 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 ka-tink. It's like 3 grenades are all lobbed at you.
Yeah, that too.
So I end up having to haul ass. I died to a PMC up on the hill. As I'm running away from this group of Raider scans that are chasing my ass down. I have to just wonder like what the PMC was thinking when he shoots me. And then over the hill comes like 8 or so Raiders.
Probably wasn't thinking, otherwise would have thought, that guy's running away from something real fast.
Yeah.
But on the bright side of this evening's terrible runs, I did discover that some of the new clothing options that they've added allow me to look like a complete fucking redneck. Got like this fucking checkered plaid shirt that just it honest to God, it looks like I'm the kind like I threw that on with a ball cap and the new like really shitty bolt action rifle with a scope on it. And I look like the kind of guy who like walks out of a post office in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, like pulls a dip out of his pocket and puts it in his mouth. Kind of guy that refers to his father as my daddy. It's beautiful. Too bad it's really difficult to get any kills running that particular loadout because that new rifle is just a piece of shit. Do you remember the Rat Shot AK?
Yes.
Well, there's now a bolt-action rifle that fires that round.
Oh God, that's even worse.
It has 4-round magazines, by the way.
Well, who the fuck would use that? That just sounds like the worst piece of shit in the game. The only way you could make it worse would be if it was a bolt-action Makarov 9mm.
Well, it has 2 things going for it. Exactly 2 things. Well, wait, 3 things going for it. The first is it is the cheapest rifle in the game. Rightly so, it's a piece of trash. The second is that it's accurate. That's because it's a rifle. And the third is that it has a built-in scope mount.
Okay, so now I'm interested. Cheap has a scope mount. She's got to hit people in the head, is what you're saying.
Yeah. It's good for getting rid of scavs at range, as long as you hit them in the head.
Is it suppressible?
Of course, not to my knowledge. Although I'd have to double check. Actually, I can do that right now.
Well, Spectre, I'm still hemorrhaging a little bit, but slowly getting better. I exiled all of the population types that I didn't want in my world, so I should have done it all at once. But I'm settling new planets as per Underdark's instruction to help with the hemorrhaging.
Excellent. Also, Under it does not appear that it takes any barrel accessories.
That's unfortunate.
It is. But interestingly enough, the same guy, the new trader, who I fucking hate, is also the guy that sells it. And at the first level, he sells this rifle, as well as the ring mounts to mount like the rifle comes with a rail already built or attached to it. He sells the 30mm ring mounts and what is now the cheapest scope in the game for it's like 14K. It's terrible. It's like those shitty scopes you buy at Walmart. It's one of those.
Is that an in-game reference? Or are you talking about like the real-life Walmart?
I'm talking like the real-life Walmart.
Oh.
I mean, it looks aesthetically pleasing.
It looks like a scope?
Well, it looks like a scope. It looks like a civilian hunting scope. It's got like the little dust covers that flip up.
Mm.
The little red latch on the side for those flip up dust covers. It's very well modeled. It's just a terrible scope because it's got like it's got the very, very basic cross reticle, but it's like the thicker, chunkier type of cross reticle up until like the very center of the reticle. No like range markings or anything, just straight lines.
Yeah, I mean...
No mill dots, no rangefinder, no nothing. And it's like a 3x.
You can always just guesstimate the range and drop on those. If you have the map now, you don't really need the rangefinder.
This is true. Although the rangefinder is super useful. That's why I like the PSO scopes. So once you know how to use that rangefinder, it's just every shot's going to at least be in the ballpark after that.
Yeah.
I have a combined military power of 1.15 million. And that's not with my best admirals for all the sublight speed and damage
Well,
and all that stuff. Because I have all my admirals are the minus 10% cost for upkeep. To help stem the hemorrhaging a little bit.
I recommend you never take admirals into consideration. They're kind of like a liquid fleet power, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, I know that. I mean, that 1.15 million is not with the best admirals for each fleet. Like, I don't have the plus 20% range on any of the battleship fleets and stuff like that. My big kinetic carrier, or my big kinetic battleships and stuff like that. So I don't have, that number is under what it should actually be for fleet power. I mean, yes, I know what you're saying, that not to take admirals into account for that, but it does affect the military power.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. I'm just warning you, because admirals have a really nasty tendency to die for no fucking reason.
Right when you need them in battle. Yep. Had it happen a couple of times that second war that I had with these people. Like, he was 87. What the fuck? I have admirals that are 115. I think I had one, the oldest one I think I can remember is 124. Ooh, I have 300 influence.
You're dead.
The 10% energy, it dropped it by 700.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something. I'm only hemorrhaging 3k now instead of 3.7k. And the first thing I'm throwing on all of my planets is the Dynamic Districts.
Will do.
Can't tell if I'm sick or dying under here.
These only cost.
The ground yet under?
Say again?
You nuke that valley into the ground yet under?
The valley. Oh yeah, no. I unnuked it, and then took it over. I now control the central spire of that territory.
Nice.
So then I went to another town and took over their spire. So I'm actually in command of 2 different spires. And I've ended... So during the initial start, remember how I turned that library into a volcano?
Yes.
Well, there was a magic artifact in the basement of the library that prevented the library from succumbing to the volcano. So the volcano kept staying around. So I went to the library and pulled out the magical artifact. And then the volcano finished melting it, and then the volcano stopped because the terms of the magic were complete. So I control 2 spires, and I've started and ended 2 edict level magic effects. This has basically painted a target on my back.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah. So right now I'm sort of playing with the Scarlet Chorus, that the gibbering swarm type people, instead of after having pissed off all of the commandos. Mostly because I'm using them as there's a term for it where you use another military and you convince them to do your dirty work for you. Cat's paw. Basically using them as a cat's paw to fuck around with the politics in the region.
Lovely.
Yeah.
You have become Israel.
Yes, I'm a one-man Israel.
Will do.
Psst. Hey, America. Hear this Pakistani's got oil.
Alright, I have successfully done it, Underdark. I no longer have any unemployed peoples.
Good.
And my energy is down to 2k. Well, 2.9k, because it obviously can't put a decimal place in front of the... You're behind the 2. It's too hard. But it is going down, slowly. Mm-hmm. Well, plus having the excessive amount of planets, plus all of the open population spots. So now all my planets are making population, which are quickly filling those engine technician jobs, which are making energy. And then I also have the plus 20, I think it is. Yes, monthly energy credits plus 20%, at least for the next 20 years. 15 years. And I have 2 more colony ships en route, which will give me a total of 37 planets. Definitely should be getting more planets out there. Tropical world. Everybody want to go there.
One would think.
I wouldn't. I'd hate living in a tropic zone.
I know. I don't get, like, my boss is that way. He's like, oh, it's got to be 80 degrees year round. It's like, no, that's hot. What? No, 60, 70. That's 70's the most. 60's fine year round. Hell, I'd be fine with 50 year round. And my original population, the blue blights, do not like tropical. It's a minus or plus 10% to, or no, what was it? Let me go look, find another trouble. Because I have a bunch of the habitability research and then edict for, or not edict, the maybe one of the ascension perks or research stuff. I don't remember, but it's like 40%, I think, because they're from Alpine. Is my original colony, Alpine and Arctic. But I have those fungi people that I raised. I also have these reptilian people that have minus 10 housing usage and minus 10 consumer goods. So whenever I can use them, I try to use them.
Yeah, in theory, you could use a really like heavy-duty multi-species society to like do a lot of really intricate builds.
Well, you can max min your colonization. You could get all your colonies colonized with a 90 to 100%.
Yeah, it would just involve a shit ton of micro, though.
Not really. I mean, the Nivlac, I don't know if you're familiar with that particular quest line. The Nivlac species.
Stand out, shall we?
They're like a bacteria that you discover on a spaceship, and then you realize that they have a really rapid growth rate, so you let them grow, and then they grow conscience, and you're allowed to either settle them on a world and study them, or allow them to join your population. And I decided to let them join my population, and they have like a 90% settle to everything, and a plus 10% to population growth. So they're a really nice species to have. They can settle just about anything except for Tomb Worlds, and I think Ocean was the other one, but now I have both of them, so they can settle just about everything at 85 to 90%.
Time to lighten my step.
Yeah, Google Nivlac and Nivlac and Stellaris. You'll see what question. Because that's what I did. I Googled what to do when I got to that point, to decide what to do, and majority of the people on Reddit said to let them join your population because there is no negative side effect to having unless you have like a xenophobic society. Which I don't. I just have a militaristic materialist society, so they don't care who's in their population.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, they can fucking settle everything. Like, I don't even have to pick and choose what worlds. I'm just picking the worlds that have, 18 to 25 tiles. Which is giving me a huge boost to being able to have a large number of districts, etc. I mean, obviously my Empire Sprawl is just going to go out of control, but at this point I really don't give two shits about research because I'm basically researching repetitive stuff. Although I understand what you're saying about the decks of cards thing, because I just got a tile blocker one. It was like 9,000 research.
Will do.
Those tend to show up
down.
At a higher rate of like chance to proc if you have a planet that has a block tile that you don't have that research for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a large buff to them showing up in that case.
Yeah, but I had to laugh at the fact that I got it in a random shuffle, like you said, like it's a deck of cards. And so I have the ability to see 5 of them, and I haven't seen it for the last, I don't know how many draws. But then it randomly shows up, and it's 9,000 research when a lot of the other stuff in my society research is like 500,000. So it took 2 months to research it. Yeah, so I'm not in need of research at all right now. I'm in need of population of some planet. And now I got the undesirables out of my majority of them out of my population, so now I need to rebuild what they were, doing work and labor for. I suppose I could have just dropped them down to slaves, but I don't want cockroach armies. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Slaves are a hassle after a while too.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. I'd rather just have a bunch of full citizens because well, then they're fat and happy.
Sorry, can't.
Yeah, I have 90% settling to Desert World, 90% settling to Ocean World, 90% settling Tomb Worlds, 90 to Savannah, 90 to Tomb, that's Tomb World. Desert is 80. Continental is... Why is it different? It's 90 and 85, for both of them are Continental. Oh, it's a bleak environment. So -5 to habitability.
By your command.
Like I said, I'm barely scraping by right now with the stockpiles I have of everything, just selling stuff off to make ends meet. So, the plate spinning.
Yep.
Oh, Under, did you ever look more into Starlink? I know I sent you some links once upon a time.
Yeah. Okay, so physics says it will work.
But do you understand the ping? Why the ping is
yeah.
so much dramatic? Because you're not going through the entire atmosphere.
Well, you are. They are outside that, though, but they're just a lot closer.
Yep.
My
so
scale was off.
Yeah, it's the 40,000 versus 500. That was the big selling point. But the biggest problem with having a satellite at 500 is it can't be geosynchronous, which was the biggest benefit of satellite. Is they could put one satellite up to cover a huge area, and they just had to point it in the right direction.
This is embarrassing.
So that's the downside, is they're going to constantly have to be moving to maintain orbit.
That which doesn't kill me leaves me bitter and jaded.
But the theory, it will work, and they're launching satellites. Like they're working on testing it. By the end of 2020, apparently the continental U.S. will be covered. Apparently.
So they say.
Yeah, just like road construction. Yeah, the highway will be built in 5 years. 15 years later, we're still driving through road construction.
Right.
Yeah, as for my question about robots, yeah, I have 13 robot populations, so that's probably why they haven't advanced much.
Yep, that's probably why.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of robot plants, so that's one of the things that I've been doing on all the new planets. Oh, that's right, I need to make a penis colony. Tomb World would be good for that, right? I think I seen a Tomb World with Titans on it. Let me find that. I mean, obviously there is no like real big benefit, or it's just the nostalgia of it. It's a penal colony that's a tomb world full of giants.
Yep.
I was gonna say, yeah, of my existing population, my original species, the glue blights, is 154 pop, and the
Sentinel
Nivlax
stand.
is 400.
I still remember when the edict struck this place.
I mean, that's the main new. No, actually, no. There's 280 of a subspecies of glue blight, so there's more. There's more Nivlax than there are glue blights, but that was my Arctic humanoid that I made. And the Nivlac is that fungus that can fucking go anywhere.
Your naming convention sounds like a fucking SAT question. If all groove lights are Niflax, but not all Niflax are orchids.
Can't do that.
And then there's the Gelbsigs and the Clitax, or Clixtax. And then the neo-Nazis, they're neo-athlid... athalids. And then there's just cockroach. That's their species name, cockroach.
Oh, you had a tomb world that ascended, didn't you?
I'm assuming. Wasn't in my population. I didn't let anything ascend. I have one planet that I'm observing left, and they're stuck in the Iron Age because I'm observing them aggressively and preventing them from advancing.
Interesting.
At least I'd like to think so. They haven't advanced from the Iron Age for 2 centuries. Oh, I don't have a tomb world that has Titans on it. It's a tropic world.
Your tropic world has the Titans?
Yeah. I have well, these are ones that I can colonize. These aren't ones that I have colonized. There's an arid world with Titans on it, there's a tropic world with Titans on it, and then there is a alpine world with Titans on it.
I'm just imagining, like, fucking Titans at, like, a Titanic ski resort or at a Titanic beach resort.
Carved in the side of a mountain range.
Yep.
Ooh, that planet has 2 crystalline caverns. Alright, I'm picking a ocean world for my penal colony.
The Alcatraz.
Not exactly where I'd go for a vacation. I've sold 2.6 million minerals.
Okay.
I've sold 375,000 food, 500,000 consumer goods. Alloy's pretty even for what I've sold and bought. Because right now I'm surplusing alloy like crazy, so I'm selling it to get a little bit of energy. Like I said, hemorrhaging.
I'm enjoying this a little too much.
Is my vision poor, or do I spy a figure atop the wall?
Will do.
So, just a curiosity with this primitive world, can I attack it?
Yes.
Oh boy. I mean, it's
You
only
have
gonna...
the right settings, though, for it.
What's that?
You need to have the right cultural settings for it.
I'm militaristic, I should be able to attack just about anything. But let me grab... Oof, that's gonna take an eon to get over there. Let's see, where is it exactly? Okay, where is my nearest fleet evo? Yeah, it's gonna take me 2 years just to move a fleet across to where it is. And that's not even going... Yeah, it'd take me, it'd take me almost 3 years to fly through the hyperlanes to get there. I'm gonna jump the last little bit. Because I'd have to go out and around. So is planet build speed how long it takes for a colony to develop, or is that how long it takes to build buildings on planets?
Say again? Sorry.
Is planet build speed for how long it takes to establish a colony, or is it for how long it takes to build a building?
Build buildings.
Ah, me one.
Colony build speed is the one that builds on.
Oh,
columns.
that's right. There was the one time for like 50%. Or something like that. Hey, another New Year just passed, Under. Remember when I was celebrating New Year's? How long ago that was? That was a year. at times 3 speed. Or fastest is I think times 10 or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not very fast anymore.
I got it. Sorry, can't. Sorry, can't. Sorry, can't.
Oh god, I just realized how I could save a lot of energy. I have to go through each planet and do it individually, but I could shut all of the luxury, the paradise domes. Oh no, I couldn't, because that's where a lot of my amenities is coming from. Damn it.
Bronze scrap is all that's left of the Unbroken caught in the storm. Where you see iron, disfavored that died with them.
And I will admit, Under, I still have to go through my planets and reorganize because I was building what I needed as I needed it. Instead of making dedicated planets. Which in the short term works fine, but in the long term it's better having dedicated planets, for sure.
On it. On it.
Also, how do I finish the worm in waiting signals thing? Because that I have no way to click on anything or do anything.
After a certain amount of time, under certain conditions, it just happens. Like you'll get a pop-up to do some stuff. If you chose wrongly enough on certain junctures, it is possible to just fail the quest. Like you'll never be able to complete it. I don't know what your state's in.
Yeah, I probably failed it then because I remember the pop-up for it, but I wasn't sure what it was, so I just kept on clicking the stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. That's probably why.
Entirely likely.
And hold a moment. See that? Hear that? Cries for help from that pit over there. Prisoners, I'd guess.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Alright, back.
Welcome back.
Alright, time to go kill some commandos.
What did they ever do to you?
Got in my way.
Stupid.
On it.
Is Nanites DLC?
No idea.
This'll be fun.
Should try that again. Will do. Can't do that. On it. Right. I'll take care of it. You dense.
I am out of practice, but I'll try.
Sorry, can't. Sorry, can't. Right. On it.
I'm enjoying this. Whatever you need.
That's how it's done. I got it.
Well, for 44 planets. That just to make sure that I don't get backlash for the rapid population growth, i.e. consumer goods, etc. I mean, the biggest thing I'm hemorrhaging right now is food.
This weapon is entirely worth.
Actually set up automated market trades for a lot of my surplus products, just to stem the bleeding a little bit. Which it's still not helping. I didn't need to get going to bed. It's low at 30. I'm gonna get up at 8. Actually, I gotta get up at 7:30. Inclement weather, I like to leave early.
It's a tough call.
Can't do that.
Oh, Under, I'll work on that one thing tomorrow and Wednesday.
Okay.
I also need to be getting to bed, so I think I'll be heading off to it.
I have a good night.
On it.
Have a good evening, and enjoy celebrating the local population.
Right. This weapon is entirely worthless.
I was gonna say, don't kill everybody, Underdark. You gotta keep some people alive to do your dirty work.
Yeah, I am.
Alright, cheers, guys.
Later.
Right. Await my my signal.
More harm than this useless weapon.
I got it.
Can't I hit anything?
I need to try a different weapon.
On it.
Together!
Worthless.
Ah, terrible at this. How am I not dead yet?
I got it. Right.
Harsh words would cause more harm than this useless weapon.
I got it. I got it. Right. On it. Shh. Pay attention, kids. You might learn something. Right. On the lookout. Have a look here. Quiet down.
Let's give them something to remember.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
You've got filthy hands. Off me.
Consider it done.
Why can't I hit anything?
I'm on.
I could bend that apart.
Can't do that. On the lookout.
Do you have eyes on this?
Await my signal. I've had far worse. Will do.
As you wish.
This is useless. I should try something else. Will do.
Like this!
I'll take care of it.
Sorry, can't.
Slow and steady. That one rattled me hard.
Hey! I did that? Nice! That wasn't so hard. I got it.
It's a tough job being so remarkable all the time.
Will do.
Dead yet.
On it. Quite down.
Won't happen.
On the lookout.
Won't happen.
Right.
This weapon is useless.
Can't do that.